All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Lou, Joshy, Bloobs, and Complex Milk. Thank you guys for the good luck. And thank you for the raid party, Caspi. Also, hello, Justin Harkness. Hope that everyone is doing well today. Also, I just realized we have 32 completed runs out of 320 attempts. Which means that we have a 10% run finish rate. Also, thanks for the good luck, Peachy. Well, I hope that your bedroom does not flood. That sounds like it would take a lot of effort to clean up. Hello, Cherryheim. Helping the Beery Mega Flip is nice today. Yeah. I need to actually go through and, like, practice it more and try to see if I can, figure out exactly what is going wrong with my attempts at it sometimes. I don't plan on doing any Master Quest runs now. Master Quest as a speedrun has never particularly interested me. Not really sure why, but it just kinda doesn't. But thanks for the good luck, Harune. Thanks for the good luck as well, Bodhisattva. How dare you do homework while watching the stream? Using streams as background noise for things? Granted, that's probably what most of my audience does, so... Curious to what extent Master Quest would change it. Well, I know that Master Quest... Master Quest has a chest in Jabba Jabu's belly that has bomb shoes, so... I don't think Master Quest has to do, like... the seam climb for Ferrari's Wind, if I had to guess. But also, specifically, Master Quest for OT3D is mirrored, and I don't feel like learning to run this game with the mirrored orientation. If Master Quest wasn't mirrored, I would feel a little more motivated to at least try it at some point, but... Also, thanks for the good luck, Asher. If I could become one Avenger, who would it be and why? I don't know if I really have an answer to this, because I'm not a I don't particularly care for superhero movies, so... The stream would just do your homework for you. That would be very efficient, huh? But then that would probably be considered cheating, so... Also, yes, it does cost money to subscribe on Twitch. If you're comparing it to, like, subscribing on YouTube, a Twitch follow is the more, like, akin action to a YouTube subscription. And, like, a Twitch subscription is more akin to a YouTube membership. It's just that the naming is different. So thanks for the good luck Power Metal Dev and Tripero. Which piece of the Triforce would I rather have? I don't know, probably Wisdom? Sounds like it would be the most individually useful. Also, thanks for the good luck, Denux. And hello, DF. Also, hello, the Natasha and Loxity and It's Carly. Thank you all for the good luck as well. Would pick the Triforce of Courage so you can do your taxes. Fair enough, I suppose. You would take the Triforce of Chocolate Milk. Oh, that's an interesting one. I admittedly did not know that that was one that existed, but now I know for future reference. Oh, come on, really? Dumb. That accidental side roll is going to lose us some time. Also, can I backwalk? Also, thank you very much, Bloobs, for the 16 months of Prime. Look at you go, indeed. Thank you very much for the continued support. I think we lost like 10 seconds due to that mishap or so. Guard RNG was not great. I guess we're going this way. Guard RNG is really not great. Also, yes, that out-of-bounds movement that we did was to skip getting the egg. And, like, skip waking up Talon and pushing the boxes. So the spin attack caused us to gain height because the spin attack positioned us precisely onto what we call an invisible seam, which is basically just like somewhat of an oversight in how this game's collision detection works, where walls that are extremely close to being perfectly vertical can sort of like accidentally jut out in the upwards direction and be treated as a floor. So we essentially climbed an invisible seam there to then side hop out of bounds and make our way around so that we didn't have to get the egg from Malin. So thank you very much, MKO3 Real, for the 21 months of Prime. You are indeed very close to 2 years, so thank you for the good luck. And here's to 3 more months. Who's my favorite sidekick in Zelda? Definitely Midna, I would say. She's a very fun sidekick character. Quick text has not been great, currently. I've lost, like, probably at least 5 seconds to it on Zelda's letter. But yeah, the invisible seams are interesting. They are indeed what makes this current route work as well as it does. Also, thank you very much, Nintendo, for the 64 months of Tier 1. Ah, yes, which is of course a reference to the Nintendo 64. But thank you very much for the continued support of a lot of months and for the good luck. Do very much appreciate it. Ow, darn it. Side hopped a little too early. Ah, well, that was good quick text, at least. No more statue collision. Generally, the major pain points in the run for me are just getting all of the restricted items wrong warps. Because you have to do 5 of them, with one of them being harder than the others. And if you miss any one of them, that's like a minute of time loss-ish. Yeah, so going through the statue to get to Death Mountain Crater is technically heap manipulation. I'm not really sure exactly how the heap manipulation is working, but essentially, by going in and out of that room, or like in and out of Darunia's room in a specific order, you can manipulate the heap in such a way that the collision for that statue can't spawn in. Because that was originally discovered on N64, and it, I believe, just kind of happens to work the same way in 3D. But it's very consistent, so... Also very convenient, because it got rid of us having to do Tektite hover to get up to magic. Also, thanks for the good luck, Yue Coney. Now we wait for Navi to appear. Also, hello, Nat. Thank you very much for the good luck today. Hope that you are doing well. Oh, where's the stick? Okay. Other ones have been treating you nice? Nice. We love to see it. Even if the time zone difference is throwing you off. I mean, how much is the time zone difference compared to what you're normally used to? Took a while to actually get us in the correct direction there, but I guess we got the west. Alright, pretty good. Oh, it's just 1 hour, okay. Yeah, I guess I can see how just 1 hour could feel weirder than if it was, like, completely different. Also, thanks for the good luck, Harry Nose. If I could watch a show or movie again for the first time, what would I pick? I don't know, there are a lot of good choices. Video game is definitely Outer Wilds, but movie or TV show I'm not so sure about. But yeah, Nat, like, when I lived in Arizona, because Arizona doesn't do daylight savings time for, like, 4 months of the year, I would, like, everyone would be shifted off from what they normally would be for an hour. Or for, like, they would be shifted off by an hour from what they were for the other 8 months of the year. As far as communicating with people on the internet goes. Field. So it'd be like, for 4 months of the year, I would start my stream at noon my time, and for the other 8 months of the year, I would start my stream at 11 a.m. my time. Whenever the rest of the US switched clocks for daylight savings. What is the context behind Gymnast86? Well, so I made the username originally when I had to create my Minecraft account when I was 12 years old. And at the time, I took a lot of gymnastics classes, so I was like, well, I will be gymnast. And then I added a random number to the end of it. And that's basically it. No, the 86 is indeed not my birth year. I was born 12 years later. Come on, really? I also didn't need to actually do that text skip because we got the text earlier. Alright, well, apparently I failed to hold shield for long enough. That's interesting, we didn't hear the heart pickup sound effect. But I prefer the Switch 2 OOT to be faithful to the original or more its own thing. I mean, I would be fine with either. But, like, even if it was trying to be as faithful as possible, I would still expect that, like, a few things would change. That, like, even if they were being as faithful as possible, I would expect a bunch of the gameplay changes that, like, they made in the 3DS version to be present. Like, one of the gameplay changes they made in the 3DS version is they no longer expect you to, like, hit switches through collision, which is a thing that they expected you to do in, like, I think 2 or 3 places in the N64 game. Like, a pretty minor change, but, like, kind of understandable that it could seem unintuitive to have to hit a switch, like, through a wall, essentially. Walked into that one. I expected the middle bubble to have more direction to it instead of just going straight forward. So thank you very much, Zopiad, for the 75 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the good luck. So thanks for the good luck, Douglas and Reaper. You need some remakes news soon. Yeah. I would expect that we'll get something by the end of September. Because, like, Nintendo usually does a September Direct, so it would make sense if they do another one this year. I would imagine they had switches behind walls in Master Quest on N64 too, but I admittedly do not. I don't think I've ever played N64 Master Quest, so I don't know if 3D is different from it at all. How do I manage to walk backwards that clean? If you try and your 3DS, Link always walks sideways. I mean, part of it is just, like, knowing, like, by muscle memory at this point, what, like, range on the control stick corresponds to being able to backwalk consistently. So it's kind of just a matter of practice to some degree, because it is true that, like, the 3DS circle pad doesn't have any notches. Really? Oh my goodness. Nice. Okay, well, that was silly. I keep on losing more time than I expect to my PB here. Probably should look back at it and see what my PB does. Also, thanks for the good luck blue crystal. Bud Luck? Alright, thanks for the Bud Luck crystal. Is this short for Buddy Luck or something? Thanks for the good luck, Meanderous Shark. Thanks for the good luck, Orion and Audio Killers. Darn it. Alright, that was a little sketchy, but we made it work. Can I Majora's Mask 3DS speedrun? I mean, I could, yeah, but that's not my focus right now, so I'm not going to. Which speedrun of the games I'm doing is the hardest and which is the easiest? I mean, usually I'm only doing... Oh, seriously? I thought that looked a little too much. Man, why is it always mistakes like these? May as well practice doing this, I guess. Would have been successful. Supposed to save there, but oh well. I actually kind of wanted to continue just to see, like, how much time we would lose by having to then do... Oh, actually, I would have had to set for Roy's Wind somewhere anyway. So it kind of would have been inconvenient regardless, I suppose. Yeah. Well, that's silly. Another run lost to very silly mistakes. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm usually only ever doing one speed run at a time, but like, of all of the speed runs that I have done, uh, I don't know which one I'd say is the easiest. Because, like, none of them. I would not say that any of them are, like, objectively easy. Like, I guess if you count, like, half categories, or not half categories, but, like, categories that only complete, like, half of a game as, like, part of me doing full game speedruns, then I guess the easiest one would be Skyward Sword HD Harp, probably. But also, thanks for the good luck, Ace. And thanks for the good luck as well, Tiago. So thanks for the good luck, Winterrise. Well, my username is basically just... I made it when I created my Minecraft account at the age of 12. Because I took a lot of gymnastics classes at the time. And the 86 is a random number that didn't mean anything. Also, thanks for the good luck, Moogle Knight. How many games am I at least still somewhat proficient at running? Just pick up and play fast? I guess that depends on if you specifically mean, like, I could pick up and play fast, like, a specific category, or if I could just, like, do speedrun tech without any practice. Because, like, I could probably still do most speedrun tech for, like, any of the 3D Zelda games without much practice, but actually, like, doing a good speedrun is not something I can just do cold, basically, for most of them. But feel weird to be speedrun famous. I wouldn't particularly say so, no. It's not like... Like, even if I go to an event like GDQ, I'm not getting, like, hounded by people to take pictures or sign things or anything. I am kind of just another dude. An angle didn't seem correct to me, but I guess it was. Also, thank you very much, Meandrous Shark, for the 11 months of Prime. I do appreciate the continued support, and only one more month until the 1 year. Also, thanks for the good luck Axes. Somebody asked me in the wilds to autograph their Zelda cartridge. Would I do it? I mean, I guess, yeah. Like, assuming they provide the writing utensil, I don't see a reason not to. Well, the games that I speedrun in general are 3D Zelda games. That's kind of what my brand is. Also, yes, I will be playing the Ocarina of Time remake when it comes out. Because it's another 3D Zelda game that's probably going to be very different from the N64 or 3DS versions. Well, all the streams that I do, because I'm streaming them to YouTube, they get, like, put on my YouTube channel automatically once they're done. They're not under, like, the regular videos, but they're under, like, the past live streams, I think. No. And my favorite game of all time is Outer Wilds. Very good video game. Really? I should have recognized that that was going to happen. Moved left a little too quickly there. Yeah, no, it's not quite jail. The collision there is only one way. Ah, yes, Talon is sleeping at Hyrule Castle for the entirety of this run. I sign Trez if you give me a Sharpie. I mean, if Trez wants me to sign him, I guess, but... Something tells me Trez doesn't actually want that. I need to find tickets to AGDQ and a Sharpie. Well... GDQ... getting an AGDQ attendee badge is not available yet, so... First time watching an all dungeons run of OOT 3D, any crazy tricks to expect? Yeah, I would say there's quite a number of crazy tricks in this run. Mostly having to do with wrong warping, but... we do quite a number of other things besides wrong warping. Also, yes, there are indeed separate Twitch and YouTube chats. Alright, not too bad of an escape. Still remember your mind being blown when you first saw wrong warping for N64 OOT? Yeah, I don't know if I remember exactly what my reaction was when I first saw wrong warping in N64 OOT. That would have been a very long time ago. I've always kind of interpreted the fairies as, like, literally balls of light with wings, but I think, like, interpreting that, like, the ball of light is hiding the body, or was just chosen because it's significantly easier to, like, render, is, like, definitely a possibility. I have other interests besides speedrunning and informatics. I don't know if I would say I have a specific interest in informatics. I mean, most of my current life does revolve around playing Zelda games to some degree, even when not speedrunning and streaming. Was that too far? Yeah, that was too far left. Darn it. That first angle was definitely good, but that second one was not. No, I studied computer science in college, not informatics. Generally, my favorite game to speedrun has been Wind Waker HD, historically. But I have not actually played Wind Waker HD in a while. Also, what is this movement? Oh, well. This run's not continuing either. Yeah, part of that trick involves climbing an invisible seam, which is how we initially get the height to then jump out of bounds. Which sort of game is more fun to speedrun? Ones with completely game-breaking glitches, ones with a big major glitch but not utterly game-breaking, or ones where speedrun is closer to glitchless or minor glitches? I mean, I would say for me that the games that are fun to speedrun are just the ones that I think are fun to speedrun. Which doesn't usually have to do with, or doesn't necessarily have to do with, like, how many glitches the game has. Right. Like, it just kind of depends on how the game feels to run as a whole, whether that involved doing a lot of glitches or not. Granted, I do think that, like, I guess having at least some glitches is generally more interesting to me than having, like, absolutely no glitches. Like, I do think glitchless speedruns are fun, but generally not as engaging, at least for me, as like being able to do at least a few sequence breaks of some kind. Or a few skips of some kind. So it really just depends on the game and like how it feels to play the game. The 32 out of 324 is the number of completed runs over the number of total attempts that I've done with these splits. So 32 of the runs have finished all the way to the end, and this current attempt is attempt 324, because that number increments every time you start a new run. And the left number increments every time that I split for the final segment of the run. So if this run makes it all the way to the end, then it'll be 33 out of 324. Nice. Not sure what exactly that was, but it was definitely something. Is it more fun to glitch hunt or to speedrun? I mean, I'd say that, like, glitch hunting and speedrunning are two things that feel very different, in a sense. Because, like, actually doing a timed speedrun is, I guess, usually something that's, like, rehearsed and practiced a lot, for the most part. Whereas glitch hunting is much more, like, creative thinking, in a way. And just, like, trying new ideas and whatnot. So thanks for the good luck, Stavros. Why are Skyward Sword and Wind Waker my favorite Zeldas? A lot of it has to do with the art styles. I really enjoy the art styles for Wind Waker and Skyward Sword more so than any of the other Zelda games. And, like, overall, those are just the two Zelda games that I had the most fun playing casually. And they are also nice to look at. Also, thank you very much, Mad Monk M, for the 6 months of Prime. Congrats on Green Badge. Thank you for the continued support. So thank you very much, Mad Monk, for the 10 gift subs to the community. It's very generous of you, so thank you very much. And congratulations to everyone who received a gift subscription. Or if you didn't want one, I'm sorry, but you got one anyway. Too bad. Yes, I do very much appreciate that, Mad Monk, so thank you once again. Okay, let's try to not fail this time. Really? I was too far forward. I'm kind of surprised I was too far forward there. I didn't think that was gonna be the mistake. I probably will not be speedrunning Skyward Sword anytime soon, no. I kind of plan on speedrunning Ocarina of Time 3D until Ocarina of Time on Switch 2 comes out, and then switching over to that. Alright, well, that's what should have happened. Evidently, that slope is our biggest enemy today. I don't know, there have been new things discovered since I last ran Skyward Sword, but there have just been other things that I want to run more. Like, after I was finished with Twilight Princess, I was either going to speedrun OOT 3D or Skyward Sword, and I ultimately decided on OOT 3D. Because, yeah, unfortunately, I cannot speedrun everything at once. I think OOT 3D will be added to Archipelago at some point. I know that there are some people interested in working on it, but I don't think that if they are currently working on it, it's going to be done anytime soon. Because the people who are interested in working on it are trying to essentially make like a unified way that both the Ocarina of Time 3D standalone randomizer and the Archipelago implementation can use like the same logic files, which is not something that is currently possible. So like they'll be having to redo the logic system if they want to implement it that way. Also, thanks for the good luck, Golden. Also, thanks for the best of luck, Bacon. When Ocarina of Time for Switch 2 comes out, I will not immediately be speedrunning it, because I don't really see a point to that, necessarily. Like, if my immediate first thing to do is to try speedrunning it, I would still be learning about it as I go anyway, so I may as well learn about it as I go before we attempt to speedrun it at all. Also, yeah, it's true that it's not really possible for like a build or like a playable version of the Ocarina of Time on Switch 2 to leak at all, because like despite reviewers probably getting early copies, it's not like they can dump those copies and upload them to the internet at all. At least not that any of the Switch like hacking scene is aware of. Come on. Really? I'm surprised that didn't work. Kind of surprised that didn't work. I would not expect Infinite Sword Glitch to be part of Ocarina of Time on Switch 2. I mean, yeah, like, with it being Ocarina of Time on Switch 2, I expect it to largely be similar to the Ocarina of Time that already exists, but like, if that is the case, then, you know, it's not going to take too long to get through the entire game, I would imagine. But they could add new content, they could rework things, and we don't really know anything about if the game is going to be extremely similar or if there are going to potentially be changes to it that we will have to learn about. I have no idea what engine it will run on. I am not part of the team developing the game. Why did I stop yesterday's stream? I mean, I think I just stopped yesterday's stream after I lost an attempt, like, after streaming for, like, 3 hours and 40 minutes or something. Yeah, there. Hooray, we didn't fail it this time. Probably could have made it. Oh, actually, I don't know about that. That would have been sketchy, but this guy's taking forever. The last run that I had yesterday, I think I ended up losing because I died to Morpha. Because, like, we damaged down to half a heart during the Morpha fight, but I forgot that just, like, touching Morpha damages you. And so that accidentally happened, and then... because we were in Death Hole Wrong Warp mode, we spawned somewhere where we couldn't see anything. Is Ocarina of Time the best game of all time? Depends who you ask. There are probably quite a few people who think that Ocarina of Time is the best game of all time. I am not one of those people because I think Outer Wilds is the best game of all time, but... it's all opinions at the end of the day, so... there's no right or wrong answer. mean to target there. Also, yes, if you do want to play Outer Wilds, do not look up anything about it. Just play it. Best way to experience Outer Wilds is knowing nothing about it beforehand. Thank you very much, Sour Wet Pickle, for the 1 gift membership in the YouTube chat. That is pretty generous of you. I do very much appreciate it. There is not an Outer Wilds 2, no. You might be confusing it with the Outer Worlds, which is a very similar game title, but is not the same game. Is it a long game? I don't think I would consider it to be a long game, no. I don't actually know what the average playtime is, because... I think my casual playthrough of Outer Wilds was like 25 hours? Somewhere between like 25 and 30, I think. Also, thanks for the good luck, Kadron. How goes the run? It's had, like, some minor time losses, but it is still going. We are also very early on, so... Nice. First try. So thank you for the well wishes, Sour Wet Pickle. Nice. Oh, well, so what I meant by matching the logic vex was that the people who want to make the Archipelago implementation want to match the Ocarina of Time 3D, like the 3D standalone randomizer with the logic for, like, a theoretical 3D Archipelago implementation, right? They're not trying to match the N64 logic. To be more specific. So thank you very much, Sour Wet Pickle, for the additional gift membership. And thank you very much for the good luck Trustin in comics. Thanks for the good luck as well, Gareth. I also think this game looks very good. We are playing on a real 3DS. New Nintendo 3DS XL Red and Black Edition. I mean, so far this split's not losing time, but if I, like, fail clip into the Ferrari's wind fountain, we could potentially lose time. Thank you very much, Wacer, for the 98 months of Tier 1. That is a lot of months, so thank you very much. Also, thank you for the good luck as well. I'm doing pretty good. Trying to actually get one of these runs to go somewhere. We still have not had a run actually get to Forest Temple successfully today. Really? That was too much? I am surprised by that. Wow, seriously? I haven't done that in a while. Down. That was weird. Oh. Not sure how that was wrong. That wasn't great, unfortunately. Sometimes that trick is just like that. The reason there's a seam there is because there's, like, the secret underground tunnel that you can go to as Adult Link. To, like, get a Skulltula at Zora's Fountain. And so it's one of the walls of that cave is not perfectly vertical, and so it ends up, like, extending upwards very far. Really? Darn it. How are these seams found? So the one near the Ferrari's wind fountain is like... It's not too hard to just accidentally run into that one. It's like... It was kind of known about early on, but usually when you accidentally run into it, you don't really do any... Or you don't really do much besides just, like, climb up it a tiny amount and then fall down. It took a lot longer to realize that, like... You could climb them up if you did so very specifically. Also, thank you very much, Sour Whip Pickle, for the additional membership. Are indeed being very generous today. It is true that losing 24 seconds is not saving time. Unfortunately, that means we lost, like, 52 seconds over my best there, which isn't great, but... Yes, I will be playing the OOT remake on Switch 2 on day 1. Or on day 0, I guess, since... I imagine its release will probably be like other releases, where, like, it gets digitally released in, like, Australia and Japan first. But you can still digitally download it in, like, the US if you have an account with the proper region. Also, thank you very much, Ted Boy, for the 74 months of Prime. We do not have a specific release date for the OOT remake yet. We just know that it is going to be released in 2026. What part of the run is most vulnerable to bad RNG? I think that would just be Twin Rova. Where Twin Rova can just decide to fly around and not shoot you for a while if they want to. Which you kind of need so that you can reflect their attacks back at them. Really? Just again. Well, that's... I can't say I've done that one before. Oh, come on. I mean, like, if the remake is more or less just, like, the original game, but, you know, just with some tweaks and a little bit of added content, then, like, I feel like it's entirely possible that I could casually play through the game and then do, like, a speed run, like, within 24 hours. Come on. Unless for some reason the remake adds, like, a ton of new content, I would expect to be able to complete it in one stream, yes. How do the runs go? They're going, I guess. This one is not particularly great, but, like, you can still PB with it, of course. Nice. I love when... get forced Deku Seeds. Actually, I think we'll avoid those, so maybe not forced. Okay, we're good. Oh, still zero idea why that didn't work. Well, this sucks. Why was this never such a problem before? Now suddenly I'm having a lot of trouble with it. What? Okay, apparently my angle wasn't correct there. Seriously? Slingshot away first. Am I like... I wonder if I'm rolling too early for the Mega Flip. I need to be, like, waiting slightly longer. No, because, I mean, if you don't move the camera at all, the Mega Flip never works. Like, for the Mega Flip to successfully land on the other side, we have to move the camera, like, the slightest touch to the left. Otherwise, it just never works at all. Which is kind of a shame, because it would be very convenient if the angle we got by hanging off the ledge was just the exact angle we needed. Oh, that was too early. Get back up. My goodness. Ugh. I'll still continue this, because I do want to at least finish a run at some point. Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly remember how, or like, if the exact position of the Beery affects things specifically. Like, I'll probably just have to go back and look, like, frame by frame at when it works versus when it doesn't to see if I can see any differences. Hope OOT Zelda won't have British voice acting. Well, we will have to wait and see if that's the case or not. So thanks for the good luck, Bruggles. Rory's Wind is on X, Nuts are on Y. And now we fall. Also, thanks for the good luck, Brandino. My opinion on Zelda's voice acting? I mean, I didn't particularly care for the voice acting in the Wild, like in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But, like, I don't feel like it detracted from the experience at all for me. It was just kind of a thing that was there. Nuts are on Y. Alright, that was pretty good. Not Fire Temple as Child. We only went through Fire Temple as Child so that we could get to Forest Temple as Child. Our actual goal right now is to beat Forest Temple. Although you can defeat Volvagia as Child Link in this game. That's actually what the 100% speedrun does. So the HUD was messed up while we were doing those wrong warps because the game sort of thought that we were on the title screen. And on the title screen, there is normally no HUD the way you have it in-game, so that's kind of what it was doing. Right. Saved by the one frame buffer. So yes, the soundtrack for the Temple of Time is very good. Why is it called the Temple Ocarina / Song of Time if time only had anything to do with it by accident? I don't know. If it fits thematically. And we do see Zelda use the Ocarina of Time to send Link back in time at the end of the game, so... Presumably the Ocarina of Time has time-related powers like that. How do I remember so many glitches for so many Zelda games? I've just been speedrunning Zelda games for a long time, so... You do things for long enough, and eventually they stick in long-term memory. I mean, I think the implication is that the song moves the boxes through time, or the Song of Time blocks through time, like from child time to adult time and vice versa. Or something like that, at least. Oh, really? Darn it. Frame late. Try again. Hey. Yeah. Frame early on that, and then I didn't get a 1 frame buffer. Do I love Asher? He said no one loves him. I mean, I think Asher's cool. I would say that I do love being around Asher. It's a frame late, I'm pretty sure. So I forgot my visual cue. Also, thanks for the good luck of Bloodspar. Oh, well, there's a 1 frame buffer. That's correct. No, that's not correct. Right. Oh, but I didn't save beforehand. I can do this again. Yeah, I was pretty sure that wasn't the right frame, but... Oh, wait, I need to go sleep again. Did I neglect sleep again? Not real life sleep, no. So thanks for the good luck, Quarantine Rousselette. Oh, that's still a frame late. That's the right frame. One. Three. Four. 5. 6. 7. 8 both times. Well, one extra void out, I guess. But yeah, ideally we don't lose 6 minutes here, but sometimes back in time just be like that. Also, thanks for the good luck Mystic Lego. Title screen link has 14 hearts. So thanks for the good luck apes. Pancakes or waffles or French toast? I feel like it kind of depends on my mood. I could go for any of the three. I feel like right now I'm in a waffles mood, though. I guess that was just the cocoa. Why are you all the way over there? Really? What is happening? Why did Morpha stay there? Well, that's a silly way to lose time. Also, thank you very much for Raka for the 14 months of Prime. Thank you very much for your continued support as well. Yes, the power crouch stab is not a thing in Ocarina of Time 3D. Because the crouch stab intentionally just sets the same damage value as doing a regular slash does. It's true, we did just die, but that death was intentional, so... Why are we going so far over? Figure out what I'm doing wrong with that. Really? Bruh. I don't remember the last time that I'd 3-cycled Jabu, or not Jabu, Bongo. Well, that was silly. Also, hey Nuki, thanks for the raid and for the good luck. How was the assumedly Wind Waker? Darn it. I don't think there's a video that explains Death Hole wrong warping, no. But essentially, Death Hole wrong warping is just taking the index that the game normally uses for whatever your next entrance is going to be, and it adds 4 to it. So you get whatever is your next entrance index plus 4 on the entrance table. Come on. There we go. Delivery bag hover is driving you a little nuts to landing on the rail. That is very valid. Yeah, that hover kind of requires, like, really fast mashing to clear the rail easily. OT3D is going pretty well, I'd say, even though this run is very far behind. But let's say that I am generally enjoying things. Yeah, restricted items is just swapping a usable item, or an item that's not usable, with an item that's usable, and then the first frame that you have control after you unpause, the previously unusable item will be usable, and the usable item will be unusable. So they kind of swap properties for a frame. Because I guess that doesn't get updated until the second frame of gameplay for some reason. Is what makes a lot of the speedruns for this game work. Also, thanks for the good luck, Moist. Darn it. Unfortunate. It doesn't work for using age-restricted items, because age-restricted items you can't... Like, you don't have the option to equip. Like, you can't put the boomerang on 1, 2, X or Y as adult Link, right? Thanks, Levers. Push the mirror. Really? Dang. No Hess for me. Or no Fess for me, I guess. Cool. It's not straight. You hope Nintendo does an OOT 3D Switch port. That would certainly be something. Surely that's what they'll work on next after they release the Switch 2 remake. I should have realized I was too close there. Also, thanks for the good luck in GDQ sec. I still expect that the remake is coming out in 2026. Because, like, it's been a pretty common strategy of Nintendo's lately to, like, not announce or show off games until, like, a few months before their release. So, if we don't see anything, like, by the end of September, then I would definitely get kind of suspicious, but who knows? Okay. Okay, interesting. Also, thanks for the good luck, Wiggy Bee. Also, thanks for the good luck, Miguel. I don't know if I'd say Twin Rova's my favorite boss. I think probably Bongo's my favorite boss. Time lost there because we missed Dodongo's Cavern. Wrong warp / cutscene skip. Best, I guess. Nice RNG. My favorite temple overall in this game is Spirit Temple. Alright, well, at least one split of these last ones went alright. At least we finished a run. Yippee. Also, yes, you can still hit Volvagia with explosives. With, like, the one that flies around goes back in. Also, thanks for the purple rupee, Joshi. And thanks for the GGs, everyone. Yeah, obviously, we lost some time on that one, but at least our magic split was good, I guess. Everything else, well, no, actually, Forest Temple was also pretty good. But most splits this run were not great, so let's try again. Well, so, the blue warp wrong warps don't work the same way that, like, or don't work exactly the same way that, like, Death Hole wrong warping works. For the blue warps, you are adding a specific value to your next entrance index, but it's different depending on the blue warp. So, like, I think Fire Temple is 6. And the credits specifically are, like, a lot of different scenes in a lot of different areas. So, we have to set Furore's Wind in, like, a specific, like, one of a few specific areas for the credits warp to work. So in this case, we set it at the base of Death Mountain Trail. And then when we do base of Death Mountain Trail plus 6 for a cutscene, we get the Death Mountain Trail portion of the credits cutscene. Because there's, like, you know, the credits cutscene takes place in Death Mountain Trail, in Gerudo Valley, in Gerudo Fortress, in Lake Hylia, in Goron City, etc., right? In Lon Lon Ranch also. And so you can warp to any one of those parts of the credits, and that counts as, like, a credits warp. I think your favorite dungeon is Ice Cavern. Ice Cavern is also pretty neat. I think it would be very cool if, in the OOT remake, they expanded on Ice Cavern. Potentially made it more of a full-fledged dungeon. You want a light temple? Yeah, that would also be neat to have. I'm not really sure. Like, I assumed it would somehow be incorporated as part of the Temple of Time, but I'm not sure what kind of puzzles it would have, or even, like, what mid-dungeon item it would have. Unless it's a temple that has no boss, and you just get the Master Sword at the end or something. Ah, nice roll. Kinda surprised that didn't work. Yeah, I mean, Nintendo, more and more lately has seemed to have had the marketing strategy of, like, don't announce a game until it's, like, less than half a year out. and then potentially don't show any footage until a couple months before it's out. Like 3 months or so. So it seems like in this case with Ocarina of Time, it might be even less than that. I mean, yeah, because Prime 4 definitely suffered from being announced way too early. But I think people would have forgiven that fine if Prime 4, like, was a better game. Because, like, while I did enjoy some parts of Metroid Prime 4, other parts were kind of like, why is this here? Oh, nice. I think they will remake Majora's Mask. If they do, it's not going to be out for probably at least 3 years, maybe even 4 years after the OOT remake happens. Because the 3DS remake for Majora's Mask didn't come out until like 4 years after OOT 3D did. But who knows what they will decide to remake next. Because generally Nintendo is in the habit of remaking old Zelda games in some capacity. So I assume the OOT remake will not be the last one. Actually, I don't trust that. Can't wait for the Disney live-action Zelda remake. Ah, yes. Also, thanks for the good luck, Jason Madden. Okay. Aaron GB. I kind of figured that was going to happen. Well, that's unfortunate, but at least it was early. Ah, we're gonna YOLO this. YOLO was successful. Courtyard, as far as I'm aware, is the same in 3D as it is in N64. I think maybe it's, like, slightly easier. I think there's, like, something different about the second set of guards that makes it slightly easier in 3D. I don't remember what that is. Yeah, it's definitely, like, I guess, a valid critique of the category definition that Ganon's castle is not part of all dungeons. But category definition is based on blue warps, of which there are none in Ganon's castle, so... Bought Mario Kart World yesterday, and you're having a blast with it. Ah, nice. Because you've never played a Mario Kart before, and you're enjoying it a lot, you might even get Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that Mario Kart is a pretty reliable cash cow for Nintendo. What do I think about the remake? talking about the OOT remake on Switch 2. I do not have very many thoughts on it because we have not seen basically anything from it. So, nice. Yeah, I think Mario Kart's fun. I think I probably played, like, enough Mario Kart that, like, it's not something I really jump to playing these days at all, unless, like, a new one comes out and I play it for, like, a month and have fun again, but then don't really play it after that. Because, like, I played a lot of Mario Kart Wii, and a lot of Mario Kart 7, and a lot of Mario Kart 8 on Wii U. Like, generally at this point, I've probably had, like, enough of a fill of Mario Kart in my life that I don't feel the need to play it a whole lot anymore. Because at least for Mario Kart World, I don't particularly care for, like, the open world or free roam aspects of it. Playing Zelda's Lullaby has apparently become difficult. No, yeah, like, if you just recently got into Mario Kart for the first time, like, I can definitely see it being a lot of fun. Ah, yes, I did see the, like, leaked Switch 2 and Pro Controller Zelda theming. And I do think it looks pretty good. I'll probably get the Pro Controller myself, if possible. You could never get the // wall clip. The one for Magic is like you look at it and it doesn't seem that bad, but it is pretty, like, deceptively difficult. The timing for the slashes, at least with the setup that I use, is very awkward to, like, do consistently. Because I believe the second and third slashes are both frame perfect, I want to say. There are other setups that you can do, which make getting the recoil significantly easier by, like, aiming further to the right, but those setups, you then only have a single frame to press A for doing the actual, like, clip into the fountain. And so, the one that I do, you have 2 frames to press A for doing the clip into the fountain. So it's either, like, you're gonna have awkward timing with the B presses, or you're gonna have an awkward time with the A press. Is essentially what the trade-off is. So thanks for the good luck, Parasite. Also, thanks for the best of luck, Tahidurman. What inspired me to speedrun and how I went about practicing it? Well, so I speedran, or I started speedrunning at the suggestion of another kid who I played Minecraft with when I was 14. And he wanted to try speedrunning Wind Waker together, so we tried speedrunning Wind Waker together. And I thought it was a lot of fun, so I just kept doing Wind Waker speedruns, and then also eventually switched to speedrunning other 3D Zelda games. I find speedrunning just as exciting as I did as a kid. I think probably slightly less exciting. Like, when I was first doing it and it was new, it was like, you know, it was a very fun and new thing that was happening, right? But now it's not really new to me anymore, so I still enjoy it quite a lot, but usually the newness factor comes from, like, new things are discovered for a game that I am now doing a speedrun of, versus, like, the entire experience is now new. That was strange. That wasn't the best, but we should still be ahead at least. Well, generally my favorite category to speedrun is Ocarina of Time 3D 100%. Just because it does a lot of cool and varied stuff, and is exciting to run. Though historically my favorite game overall has been Wind Waker HD. Alright, Douglas, we'll see you later. Thanks for watching today. I do not speedrun games the very first time I play them. I don't think there's really much sense in doing so. That's faster at that point, but sure. Ooh! Why did that fail? Alright, well. Not much we can do about that. Except try again. I might have not been all the way up against the wall. That's probably what the issue was. Yeah, the unbuffered angle changes are definitely tricky to pull off. Because, like, the ESS range on the circle pad is not the most generous. It's definitely more generous than, like, Ocarina of Time N64 on Wii VC, but it's definitely not as generous as the N64 controller ESS position. I mean, I don't know if I've ever felt a difference in ESS position with, like, a new or worn out circle pad. Personally, at least. Yeah, I mean, it can take time to get a feel for, like, transferring between, like, down left and down right ESS. Because the way you do the angle change is by going between the, like, down left and down right, basically. And just practicing it over and over again. And realizing that, like, if Link stops moving completely, then you weren't holding away from the center of the circle pad enough. If Link, like, stops ESSing and, like, starts actually walking, or, like, moving his legs, then that means you held too much, and so you have to kind of, like, go back and forth at it a lot to find, how you can, like, know where those positions are. Also, I forgot to do a side hop. I do not have a specific goal time in mind, no. Again, I got a roll there. Not the best escape, unfortunately. I think Link can win in the running Olympics by walking backwards. Ah, maybe, yeah. Well, today I started streaming later than I usually do. I started, like, at 12:20 Pacific time. Usually I want to start by 11 a.m. Pacific time, but that doesn't end up happening for various reasons a lot of the time. Should have recognized that wouldn't work. Keep on being too far to the left on that second lineup. Costing me time. Yeah, generally my stream schedule is every day of the week except Tuesday and Friday. So, like, I'm not going to stream tomorrow. And needed to be more to the right. Would like to get at least one more run that gets, like, past Deku Tree. The thing about, like, being in that out-of-bounds spot in the water that's tricky is that, like, I don't really want to move directly to the right, because then I'll probably move too much and fall out of the water. But the problem is that I then didn't move at all there, and so I got pushed back out by the collision. Thank you very much for the €2 super chat, G1 Great. And thank you very much for the good luck. Do very much appreciate the support. I do any Skyward Sword speedruns in the future? I would imagine so, yeah, but they're probably not going to be anytime soon, because we're going to be running OOT 3D for probably a couple months, and then be running OOT on Switch 2 when that comes out, most likely. Also, thanks for the good luck, Darth Anakin. I think Phantom Ganon appears the way he does in the Forest Temple because Link had a nightmare about that encounter with Ganondorf. Maybe, but at least Ganondorf claims that Phantom Ganon was conjured up by him, so... I don't know if it had anything to do with Link's nightmare specifically. Alright, well that's a pretty good escape. OOT on Switch 2, you're gonna call it OOT Stew or Oots 2. I mean, I guess those would work as abbreviations to some degree. Alright, so we didn't fail the seam climb that time. Okay. Really? 2 runs in a row. Actually, I think the last run failed to do egg skill, but second time doing guards in a row that we immediately get caught on the first one. I definitely could have gone there. Alright, well. We're not really saving much time here, but I think we're still saving, like, a couple seconds. So this run category is defined as you must enter the blue warp at the end of each dungeon and then go beat the game. Which, if you want to, you could beat the game by defeating Ganon and, like, going through Ganon's castle, but it's significantly faster to just credits warp instead. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just walk forward there. I don't have to, like, try and jump slash or anything. Nice. That was good, at least. So thank you very much, America, for the 17 months of Tier 1. Welcome to the continued adventures of trying to go fast in Zelda games. And then failing restricted items and losing time. I ever broken a bone? I don't think so. Pretty sure the worst injury I ever had was spraining my ankle when I was like 13? It was either 12 or 13. I don't remember exactly what age. We had to wait there before doing the dive because we had to wait for Navi to appear to try to help us since we do the dive using her text. So, if Navi's not there, then we can't really do anything. Am I a full-time speedrunner, or do I have an extra job? I am a full-time content creator. And have been for the last 6 years, basically. So, like, the speedrunning directly is not, like, what I would consider my job to be. The job is more like using the speedrunning as a way to create content. Dang it. Really? That was too much? That surprises me. At least that seam climb went well. So, good segment aside from not getting the Wes. Does it usually help pay the bills? Yeah, I mean, generally, regardless of what the job is, the job usually does help pay the bills. Would be kind of difficult to pay bills without an income stream of some sort. Ah, really? Darn it. Well, probably broke even with the Hess, so... Or the Fess, excuse me. Wow, we actually succeeded at the trick that time. Inside the Deku Tree. Now that the remake is coming, what do I want out of it? I want a fun game. And the game can take whatever shape and form to make that happen. Really? Alright, well. That's a couple seconds. It's faster to roll forward than to backwalk with Z. It depends on how far you're going. I think the general rule, if I remember correctly, is something like if it takes more than 4 rolls going forward, it's faster to backwalk, but 4 rolls or less and backwalking is not faster or something. I mean, whether or not it's worth being a full-time content creator, like, is gonna really depend on how much, like, income you pull from it versus, like, how much income you need. Just like any other job, right? While also factoring in other considerations, like, you know, with being a full-time content creator, I don't have to commute to work at all, so I'm not, like, paying for car gas ever. Right? So, like, if I was at some equivalent job that paid the same amount, but that I had to drive to and from 5 days a week, it would not be as worth it to have that job because I would be spending extra money on gas that I do not currently spend at the moment. Also, thank you very much, G1 great for the additional €2. You almost got a gym membership. This is true. If you do get a membership on my YouTube channel, you can tell people that you have a gym membership, and you would not be lying. My favorite dungeon in OOT is the Spirit Temple. Also, yeah, so far this run's not too bad. It definitely lost some time at the start, like on the Zelda's Letter segment, but all the other segments so far have not been too bad. Also, thanks for the good luck, Ace Scott. I miss the Eyes of Yeto. I always miss the Eyes of Yeto whenever I'm not in Snow Peak. Sometimes it's the only thing I think about at night. Just Yeto's eyes staring back at me. Okay. Alright, well, let's try to not mess up the Baronade fight this time. Your birds are watching the stream with you. Well, I hope the birds are entertained. Someone should make a texture mod that makes everything the Eyes of Yeto. That would certainly be something. It would probably be a little bit jarring. So doing Jabu as Adult Link, I guess that probably wouldn't be faster in this route at all, but the problem with trying to do Jabu as Adult Link in general is that Adult Link can't use the boomerang, since the boomerang is a child item, and there's no practical way in this game to just, like, easily use the boomerang as Adult Link. Because it is technically possible, but it requires a very lengthy setup that is not worth it. Oh, come on, really? Yeah, that sucks. That's not really something I should be losing time to. Oh well. Yeah, because that's like a 45-second time loss, I think. Darn it. Ow. Go up against the wall. That was silly. I ever consider speedrunning 3D single-player Splatoons? I don't think so. I mean, Splatoon games have always had a single-player campaign. Although I've never really found the single-player campaigns in Splatoon games to be particularly interesting for me. Except for the Splatoon 2 Octo expansion. I thought that was cool. I haven't tried out the new Splatoon Raiders, though. But maybe I would find it fun if I tried it out. How would I feel if the OOT remake was a more vast open world like the Wild Era games? I would be kind of surprised, because Ocarina of Time by its design is not really an open world game. So there would have to be some, like, pretty fundamental gameplay changes, or at least, like, game design changes to turn it into an open world game. But, I mean, if it's fun, then sure, why not? Oh, come on. Really? Well, this sucks. Well, unfortunately, losing a minute over best is not very good. Alright, not too bad on the Door of Time skip. Oh, come on. Precisely 0 quick text on that one sequence. I am not familiar with seams in Super Mario 64 now. But sort of the way that they work in OOT 3D is, it doesn't have anything to do with the wall. I mean, I guess it kind of is. Well, no. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with if like the wall touches like a floor or not, but essentially, like, for I believe every polygon that like Link can stand on, there's like a 1 unit leniency on the end of the polygon where it's like 1 horizontal unit of leniency where like Link can stand up to 1 unit off of the polygon but still be standing on it. But because that leniency is purely in the horizontal direction, if you have a wall that is almost completely vertical, that horizontal leniency suddenly makes the wall extend very far upward, because that's how far up the wall extends to get that 1 unit of leniency. It's also why the seams are very tiny, because they're only essentially like a 1 unit square of in-game coordinates. Also, thanks for the good luck, G1. Hope that bed is comfy. Yes. Just exit and re-enter the house. Basically, Vex, yeah. At least that's how it was explained to me, so that's my understanding of it. But, like, it doesn't work for all walls. There's also something that has to do with, like, different collision sectors on a map that is also taken into account. Like, if you're not in the same collision sector as the wall, it's not going to, Alright, nice. You're not going to be able to climb the seam of it. Alright, that's 1. That's 2. That's a miss. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. That's 7. And that's 8. So, good afternoon, Joshua Jer. Welcome to a run that is nicely ahead after Back in Time. Also, thank you very much, Zion Fox, for the raid. No. The time save there is both from using bombs to damage down to save 4 void outs, and also from Door of Time skip saving like a minute, compared to doing the old method with Death Hole wrong warping. Too far. I'm doing pretty good. Actually having a run that is decently ahead after Back in Time is nice. Hopefully we don't lose it to something silly. Like dying to Morpha. That was very silly yesterday. Ah, yes, we are streaming this on original hardware. We have a new Nintendo 3DS XL Red and Black Edition that has been hard modded to give itself a capture board that I can then capture footage from by connecting it to my computer. Also, thanks for the good luck, Danielson. Oh, I miscounted. Okay, that works. That was a little silly, but that's fine. I have a favorite 3DS color combo? I think my favorite 3DS color was just, like, the launch day blue 3DS, honestly. Just pure aqua blue. I wouldn't say that, like, red and black is my go-to color, no. It's just the one that I have. Because I think the red and black new is, like, the most commonly, or at least was the most commonly produced new Nintendo 3DS XL color. Alright, Bongo. Let's at least try to not get a 3 cycle. miss. Alright. We're preparing for a race in a little under 2 weeks during Labor Day weekend, and I am going down. I mean, that's probably true. I haven't played Mario Kart World in a couple months now. Probably longer than that, but I will do my best regardless, and maybe I will still win some races. Think of Mario Kart World? I think it's pretty fun. I don't particularly care for, like, the free roam stuff. But, like, you know, the racing is still fun Mario Kart racing. Oh, if I defeat you, you will claim that I cheated. Oh, well. That doesn't seem very fair. How would I cheat at Mario Kart World? There aren't even any homebrew tools yet. By knowing the meta better than you. I don't think that's cheating. That's like saying that I cheated on a test because I had all the information in my brain. No, I did not install the capture board myself. I paid for the seller to install the capture board for me. I do not have any soldering experience myself. Alright, nice. I enjoy cheating because I stole your stars in Mario Party. You stole from me first, but that's besides the point. Something feels to me like this is a double standard, John. So I think you're supposed to steal other people's stars in Mario Party. That's like how it works. Ouch. Should have equipped boots during that. It's fine, though. Should have unequipped boots during that. There we go. Nice. You'll support whoever releases the longer twit longer. Ah, yes. Too far. Oh. Like to target there. Well, that was kind of slow, but oh well. When I equip boots... I think I should also... No, I don't want to equip... Wait, do I want to equip that? Oh, I guess if I want to Chew Fest, I can't equip Big Oron Sword. Oh, no, I don't want to do that, because I keep forgetting we want to... keep regular Master Sword for this fight. Right, I think what I should be doing is equipping Mirror Shield along with that. Ouch. I did not think I was going to get attacked like that. I should be equipping boots and mirror shields, and then going through the whole fight without pausing. Except for doing the final slashes, and then equip Big Oron Sword as well as Hammer and stuff. I guess then I have to go back to Sword anyway if I want to Chew Fest in Fire Temple, so maybe not. Or it wouldn't, like, actually matter if I did that. Alright, RNG time. Wow, this RNG sucks. Seriously? Bro, what is this? Well, that's probably gonna lose us time now. I mean, yeah, why would Trinrova be nice to us? That would be silly. Oh, never mind, we got a double. I guess that kind of makes up for it. I like this angle. Yeah. Well, that kind of sucks. I don't know if there's anything we could have done about that. I guess I could have actually been in a better position, but... Still, 6 attack cycles is pretty bad for Twinrova, unfortunately. Let's choose regular sword. Well, that was unfortunate. Yeah, I have to grab the ladder here. Make sure I don't take damage, which is very silly. Ah! Okay. We're good. Everything's fine. Alright. Well, just one more trick left. Nice. Alright. Well. We actually PB'd! Yippee! All it took was not failing any restricted items wrong warps. And also not making a lot of other terrible mistakes. Yeah, PB by 1 minute and 35 seconds, which, at least execution-wise, is technically not as good as my previous PB, but is faster because of new stuff that my older PB did not do. So thank you very much, Asher, for gifting John a Tier 1 subscription. I'm sure he appreciates it. Also, thank you very much, Joshi, for the 100 bits. And thank you, everyone, for the GGs. Yeah, because the two, like, bad mistakes this run were... It's not, like, mistakes, but time losses. Were during the Forest Temple segment, I tried to do Death Hole and failed the first time in Lost Woods, so that cost us a bunch of time, as well as having a slow Phantom Ganon fight, which both together cost me about a minute. We also lost a bunch of time on Zelda's Letter compared to Best due to having a slow egg skip. And then also we just had, like, the terrible Twin Rova RNG, but also, like, my positioning being really bad for the Twin Rova fight, so we lost time to that also. So yeah, Forest Temple and Spirit Temple were, like, the two splits that we each lost, like, about a minute on. But, I mean, other than that, for the most part, the run wasn't too bad. Yeah, like, Escape was fine, Magic was fine. I think we... Oh yeah, I failed the Wes before Ferrari's Wind, and then failed the Fess after Ferrari's Wind, so... That was some time lost there, but... Overall, pretty good. Definitely will keep doing runs, though, because I can, like, at minimum, get a 117, of course. So, we will keep on doing attempts starting on Wednesday, but I think for today, that is going to be it. So, thank you guys all for watching. Hope you guys had a good time, and I will be back on Wednesday with more attempts. So, goodbye. Hope you guys have a good rest of your Mondays and Tuesdays.